Good evening, everyone. I will go ahead and call this meeting to order. Thank you to all who came out this evening, braving the elements to take care of the official business of the town of Apex. Before we move into the official business, I would like to take a moment of silence at this time, so if you will please join me in that. Thank you. Thank you so much. Actually, come on up, Father Francis. We're actually waiting on you. So he's going to deliver the invocation from St. Mary Magdalene Catholic Church.
Right in.
You can just stand right there,
Yeah.
right there. We're waiting on, yeah. You came in at the right time, perfect. Yeah, yeah, good job.
I'm sorry.
You're good.
It's okay like this?
Hey. Right here.
Very good. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you for being here.
In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Abba, gracious Father, we bless you and praise you this evening. We thank you for the gift of our being and the gift of our networking. We thank you for gathering us together tonight, and we thank you for today's labor and all the blessings. You are enthroned above all powers and authorities, and extol your holy name and bow before you. Mighty and awesome God, divine source of all that is good, we honor you and your divine providence. We thank you for everything that we are and that we receive. We thank you for the gift of Apex Town community and her leaders. We thank you for the opportunity of working together for the common good. We pray that tonight, as you sustain creation, by your divine power and providence, to inspire us with the spirit of wisdom. Vest our leaders with humility and integrity in their service for humanity. Guide their plans and decisions to benefit all people. Enable them always to be swift to listening with open hearts, as to maintain unity and harmony, yielding to kind and respectful actions. Grant our leaders perfect health, protect their well-being, keep them safe, keep their families and their loved ones as they serve your community, and to uphold the good standards as the peak of good living. We pray, Abba Father, that bless America and all her leaders with peace and love for all humanity. We make our prayer through the mighty name of Christ, our Lord. And may Almighty God bless each one of you in the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Thank you.
Thank you, Father Francis. Appreciate you coming out tonight. Beautiful. All right. Thank you. You're welcome to stay, or you can leave. Okay. All right. Enjoy the meeting. Thank you. All right. All right. If you would, please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you so much. Just really quick, I want to share some information. So we have our public participation policy. I noticed there are, Mr. Clerk, about 15 names signed up. Is that right, to speak? The policy is 12 names, 12 speakers rather, and a total. Okay, so we have 20 people signed up to speak tonight for a total of 36 minutes. So here's what I want you to do before we get to that point. I know some of you may have come to speak about the same item. You may want to consolidate, get together and figure out who's going to be official spokesperson for that. But we're going to do our best because we want to give everyone the opportunity to speak tonight. So if you could just work together to figure that out by the time we get to the public forum. We're going to talk about repetitive comments and all those things. So work together and figure that out before we get to public forum. Thank you so much. So let's move now to our consent agenda. Does anyone have any recommended changes to the consent agenda before we move to approve? Hearing none, is there a motion?
So moved.
All right, we have a motion.
Second.
Second, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. We're setting a regular meeting agenda. You have the items in front of you. Are there any recommended changes to the meeting agenda? Hearing none, is there a motion? Motion Killersworth.
Second.
Second, great. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. We have our updates now by Manager Vosper. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor. I will be brief, given that we have a lot of people that want to speak too, so just want to hit a couple things. We're trying to give a utility update each meeting, but last meeting was pretty robust. The next will be robust, so I've got a little bit to say here. We are working on a bill redesign. We're a couple cycles away from that newly redesigned bill coming out. It'll be much more detailed and be able to show additional information that isn't shown on the current bills. But that's still in the works with the vendors, and we're a couple of cycles away from that coming out. We have reached over 50% on the call log, so we are making significant progress there. And we are, with our Ask Apex, up to being able to address 85% of the calls that come in to Ask Apex are now being addressed through Ask Apex. So that log hopefully is getting smaller as we're addressing more live with our Ask Apex team. The average time to answer is 1 minute and 9 seconds with Ask Apex. That's based on last week's data. And that's what I have for utilities for this update. Next, as I know we have a lot of people in red shirts here, so I wanted to mention the data center timeline just to give people, we've heard a lot of chatter about when is this coming before you, when will it be before planning board. So I wanted to throw some dates out there so everybody understood this is still, it's several months in process. We anticipate the developer will be resubmitting the rezoning on November 3rd. We think they will also be resubmitting their UDO amendments around that time. The Technical Review Committee, or TRC, will look at those resubmittals and will provide comments at their November 20th meeting. So the TRC, November 20th. And then in January, we have scheduled a joint meeting between the planning board and town council to talk about the data center and some of the UDO amendments. So that's going to happen January 22nd. So more information will come on that. It is a work session. That's not a public hearing. So it can be attended, but it's not where you get up and typically speak at that, but that's in January. We then believe they will have their second neighborhood meeting sometime in February, and this is tentative, but we think they'll want to hear the input from the January work session meeting, then do a neighborhood meeting, their second neighborhood meeting sometime in February. Under our regulations, it has to be held in the month preceding the anticipated public hearing date. So on that timeline, second neighborhood meeting in February with a public hearing being sometime in March, and that's at the earliest. And again, those are subject to change, but this is the rough timeline. And then it'll move into the realm of planning board and council. So you're looking probably March-ish on a timeline on that. Good. And if you have any questions on that, we're happy to answer it. You can contact me, you can contact our planning staff, but we just wanted to give you kind of the big picture of where we're heading with this. Next is great news on the Saunders lot. Our second phase reopened, I think it was yesterday or day before. So what used to be the gravel lot, that piece is now open, but you'll notice phase 3 is closed, which is the area that gives you access from those lots into the businesses that right there abut Scratch, that whole area. But it's only going to be for, depending on weather, I believe it was anticipated to be done by November 7th, so a week and a half-ish. We got a little bit of delay with the weather, but once that's open, that entire Saunders lot will be done. So we're hoping ahead of schedule, November 7th-ish, depending on weather, that all of the Saunders lot will be completed. But phase 1 we opened a while back, phase 2 just opened, and now phase 3 is under works.
Randy, can I ask you a question about
Yes,
that? Got some people that reached out to me about the number of handicap parking spaces. Are there going to be additional ones added?
That phase 3 is typically, I don't know if I have anything on that, but phase 3 is where the handicap spaces will be because that's the closest portion to the buildings.
Okay.
So if you want to put them in contact with me, I can get the exact spots and numbers. I won't go into all the events and festivals. There's a lot going on. It's fall. We've got a lot of fall scarecrows, spooky trails, all kinds of stuff, classic concert series. We've got Veterans Day coming. There's a town hall closure, but there's a Veterans Day ceremony. We've got the tree lighting ceremony, which is for December 5th. I can talk later about that. We've got the Christmas parade, December 6th. So a lot of exciting things coming. Early voting continues right here at the John and Brown Community Center. The hours during the week are 11 a.m. to 6 p.m. and then heading into the weekend. The last day, I believe, is Saturday, which will be 8 a.m. to 3 p.m. So that's going on here. Upcoming town council meetings, we don't have too many left for the year because of holidays. So we have our next meeting will be November 13th, which, take note, is a Thursday because of the Veterans Day holiday, which is on that Tuesday. Then we have a work session, public safety work session on November 18th. Then we have our organizational meeting will be December 3rd. And then our last council meeting for the year will be December 9th on that Tuesday. That's what I've got there, and I think that is all that I have.
Okay, thanks for the update. Any questions, anyone?
The tree lighting, is it gonna be changed?
Yes, good point. We can talk at the next meeting about this, but we will still have a tree downtown, and we'll have a tree here at Town Hall like we did last year. But because of the event has been so well attended lately, we are going to have the official tree lighting ceremony here at Town Hall in our courtyard area. And there'll be a whole host of activities, and we'll incorporate downtown. So we're getting those details out. But the actual tree lighting ceremony will be here at Town Hall in the courtyard.
All right. Thank you for the updates.
Yes, sir.
All right, move now to presentations. And we'll start with a proclamation, American Indian Heritage Month, November 2025. So if you would join me out front for the reading of the proclamation.
All right, this is Proclamation, American Indian Heritage Month 2025. Whereas the town of Apex recognizes that the land our town occupies first belonged to the tribes of American Indians who were unjustly and forcefully removed from their homelands hundreds of years ago. And
Whereas American Indian Heritage Month has been celebrated since 1990 to help preserve the history of the ancestral peoples of our nation and to celebrate the culture, traditions, and contributions that they have shared with us all. And
whereas North Carolina is home to 8 state-recognized tribes, including the Coharie, the Eastern Band of Cherokee, the Hallawasaponi, the Lumbee, the Meherrin, the Occaneechi Band of the Chippewa Nation, the Sapani, and the Waccamaw Chowan. And
whereas North Carolina is also home to 4 urban Indian organizations that hold memberships with the North Carolina Commission of Indian Affairs, including the Cumberland County Association for Indian Peoples, Guilford Native American Association, Metrolina Native American Association, and the Triangle Native American Society. And
whereas the town of Apex extends our gratitude to the communities of American Indians in our town, who are incredible friends and neighbors, and we seek to honor and cherish their heritage.
Now therefore I, Jacques K. Gilbert, Mayor of Apex, North Carolina, do hereby proclaim the month of November 2025 American Indian Heritage Month in the town of Apex and encourage residents to learn more about the rich heritage, impressive innovations, and unmatched resilience of American Indian communities. And I would like to call up Karen Lee, Rosanna Lindorfer, Sheila Morrison, and J.D. Freeman to receive the proclamation. Please come up. We're going to take a picture first, okay. and then I'll let you speak if you want.
Okay, thank you. On behalf of the Native Americans from the New Hill Friendship Community, we'd like to thank you for celebrating and recognizing our heritage. Thank you so much.
All right. Myself as well, I'd like to say thank you. I'm a resident of Apex, live out on Olive Chapel Road, and just really want to appreciate the town for all that you're doing to honor and celebrate and help educate about American Indians still being here. Like I was getting a haircut recently, not too recently, obviously, but and the lady cutting my hair was like, I didn't know there was American Indians in North Carolina, and I was like, wow. So it was, and it's not uncommon to hear that. So thank you, and thank you. So see you guys.
All right, thank you for that. We'll now move to presentation 2, transit plan map amendments for regional routes.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of Town Council. I'm Katie Schwing. I'm the transit planner in the planning department, and I'm here to present updates to the transit plan map related to regional routes. And thank you. Okay, thanks. So just as a little bit of background, our transit plan map, which is a part of our comprehensive plan, displays local and regional routes. Right now, the presentation is about updates that we plan to make just to the regional routes, and those include Go Triangle Route 305, Go Triangle Route 311, the Go Cary ACX, and the Go Cary Route 9. I'll be working off this map, which I realize is way too detailed to be able to see as a whole. Sorry, is that a little easier to hear? So in the following slides, I'll be zooming in on various pieces of the map so that you can actually see what the proposed changes are. And this is a different map from the presentation that will follow in the public hearing section. And just a disclaimer, these regional routes are subject to change, so there could be future amendments that come depending on how the regional routes change in the future. So I'll start with Go Triangle Route 305. This is an existing route that serves Apex as well as Cary and Raleigh and parts of, Holly Springs. In our transit plan map, it's denoted as kind of the bright purple line. The changes that we're proposing to make are to help better reflect the actual service that's being provided today. Last year, I brought changes before you all to update it to serve the Pine Plaza Drive area as a result of operational changes that Go Triangle made. Since that time, they've actually reverted back to their old routing due to operational challenges, and so we're updating the map to reflect the current routing as it stands today, which is going to be the solid purple line. But then we've also been in discussion with them, and they would like to serve Pine Plaza Drive at some point in the future as of now, but due to operational challenges are not able to, and so we're proposing to denote that as the purple and white striped line as future proposed Go Triangle Route 305. So there will be 2 designations. And that also will, along with other changes for Go Triangle Route 305, there's another change further south on Hughes Street between Apex Peakaway and East William Street on the kind of more on the southern side of town. That's more of a remnant of a previous routing that they used to operate and no longer operate. So we're just updating it to clean up the map to what the actual operations do today. Next, I'll talk about Go Triangle Route 311, which is denoted as the light blue line on this map and is actually not in service today, but is intended to come back at some point. We're hoping it's going to be in FY27 as per the Wake Bus Plan provisions. Before the route was suspended in 2020, there were plans by Go Triangle to update the routing, so we're updating to the most recent plans of Go Triangle for Route 311. So it's removing parts of the routing along Old Raleigh Road and 64, and will consolidate the proposed and the existing routing into future Go Triangle Route 311, which is what we anticipate it will come back as in the future. So all those little blue X's are where we're removing it from the map. The Go Cary Route ACX is denoted in the map as the kind of yellowish orange line that comes from Cary down to downtown Apex. We're proposing to remove this route from the map and replace it with the Go Cary Route 9, and that is because Go Cary is planning to replace the route on this Saturday, which is November 1st, so it'll be all-day service, and the routing is slightly different. So the Route 9 will come down North Salem Street to Center Street to Mason to Lower Duncan Road to the Peakway back to North Salem Street. So it's slightly different from the ACX, and so this updates the map to reflect that.
Can you remind us of the frequency and times of that route, that new route?
Right, so the ACX, which is operating as of today, only serves about 5 total trips per day to Apex, only Monday through Friday during peak periods. The Route 9 will be all day, every day, so it'll be half-hour service from 6 a.m. to 7 p.m. Monday through Saturday, and hourly service from 8 to 10 p.m. Monday through Saturday, and then hourly from 7 a.m. to 9 p.m. on Sunday.
Thanks.
Free to downtown Cary. So just as a summary, I've kind of made a before and after version of the map reflecting the changes. So this is the most recent approved map that we have. So this is the before condition. And this is the after condition, and it doesn't look that different, but it does reflect the changes that we zoomed in on to show. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for the presentation. Any questions for Katie?
I do have one question. So regarding the future Route 311, that little swirl that it does in Shepherd's Vineyard, will that go past the library?
So the Route 311 will not. So it previously, several years ago when it was still operating, went up to the Shepherd's Vineyard bus stop. It now is proposed to only go to downtown Apex, so it won't complete that loop through town, and it's really more due to operational challenges of Go Triangle trying to make sure they can offer that consistent service all the way to RTP, so they no longer have time in the route to do that.
Okay. And I might be getting ahead of myself here a little bit. Is there going to be a local route that will serve the library?
Yeah, so in the public hearing, I'll be presenting
I'll save my
local
question
routing
until then.
changes.
Thank you.
Let's make a comment like this. Go Cary Route 9 sounds awesome, like the increased frequency and connecting downtown Apex, and it goes to downtown Cary, right? So that's a great value to our residents to be able to hop on a bus in downtown Apex and be in Cary every half hour, and vice versa.
And the ability to have daily, options, that's huge.
And paid for by Cary.
Yeah. Don't remind them.
Thanks, Katie. Appreciate your work. All right, we move now to public forum, which is what most of the people here for. I'll wait for the sign-up sheet and we'll get started. I just want to remind you again of repetitive comments, and I know you guys are going to cheer and applaud for some great things said tonight, but I would tell you when you do that, it slows you down and the time is still ticking. So you might want to like raise the roof, do that or something, just to, show your support, so we keep things moving. Any other suggestions, recommendations? All right, we'll roll on. All right, we have the first speaker tonight, Patrick Campbell, and you're speaking for 4 more people. Raise your hand if you're with Mr. Campbell. Okay, 9 minutes, Mr. Clerk.
I'll make it 2. Well, 2 1/4. My name is Patrick Campbell. I live at 3717 Jordan Shires Drive. I'm here today to represent the PWCC, specifically with regards to the data centers. I dropped off earlier our initial Rev 0 document that we are sending out We will be releasing that to the planning boards for Apex, for the county commissioners, as well as emailing all of y'all. The request is very simple, very easy. We are requesting that the data centers need to be zoned under their own ordinance, under their own zoning. It is not fair to keep light industrial, have light industrial obey ordinances meant for data centers. It's kind of like putting a lemonade stand and using what you would use for tap station rules on a lemonade stand. The tap station is the data center. The lemonade is every other light industrial you have in the town of Apex. Nothing compares. Power-wise, noise-wise, consumables, water, etc. With that said, given the time, what I'd like to do is I will come back to additional meetings to discuss points in this. That way my fellow citizens can have their own speech. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Appreciate you coming out. All right, Terry McDonald Ganley.
Good evening. I am from Jordan Manors, New Hill. That's 2549 Woodland Grant Drive. So for months, I have sat here listening carefully to many intelligent and passionate residents share their concerns about the proposed data center. But one presentation in particular stays with me. It's that of a Raleigh fire captain who explained how ill-equipped Apex would be to handle a major emergency at such a facility. As a native New Yorker, I remember exactly where I was on 9/11. I remember the smoke, I remember the devastation, and I remember the lives that were lost. So hearing that fire captain speak brought all those memories rushing back to me. The idea that our community could face even a fraction of that kind of danger is completely unsettling. At a recent EPA meeting, one of the board members referenced those same safety concerns. So clearly I wasn't the only one who took them seriously. That's why I was so disturbed when the developers team chose to joke that they weren't the apocalypse. Well, there is nothing humorous about potential catastrophes. And as Mr. Campbell just said, light industrial, as this proposal has been described, is not what we saw when the Natellis presented. It was absolutely anything but light. To me, light industrial means responsible growth. It means projects that complement our community's values and vision. We already have incredible developments approved by you. A world-renowned children's hospital, an innovative higher education campus. Why not build on that momentum? Imagine a medical supply warehouse, some medical offices to support the doctors, a reasonably priced hotel, a Ronald McDonald House for families visiting those sick children, restaurants, and retail for the neighbors, the workers at these facilities, and the students. And I'm sure the students would like a Barnes & Noble and a Starbucks inside. That's the kind of thoughtful development that benefits Apex. Data centers, yes, they're necessary, but not here, not in New Hill, not when the risk far outweighs the benefit. And when the mayor visited recently to our little development and had a ribbon cutting, he reminded us that in his role, he represents the people, as does the council, in their elected official roles. Therefore, I am asking you to represent my little 2-year-old grandson who lives less than a quarter of a mile from this land, and his little friends, and the safety of every child in those communities. They must come first. Their future deserves your collective protection. Finally, I want to thank the town council candidates who have taken the time to show up and listen, because that's what leadership looks like. So let's choose safety, responsible growth, and a healthy future for the children. Let's not make hasty decisions with too many unknown variables and too many unanswered questions, because irresponsible growth will be at the expense of the residents.
Thank you so much.
No, and I thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Lee Howell.
Good evening. My name is Lee Howell, 3514 Jordan Shires Drive, New Hill. I'm a mechanical engineer with over 20 years experience in construction and facilities project management. For the last 6 years, I provided management and oversight of a central utility plant. Our typical chiller loads were between 8,000 and 10,000 tons, with an annual cooling tower evaporation rate of around 38 million gallons per year. This pales in comparison to the proposed data center's water consumption. At the EAB, the developer stated that this facility could consume up to 1 million gallons of water per day. This is the equivalent to over 3,000 households' daily water use. Jordan and Falls Lake is a finite resource with an increasing number of households reliant on it for their water needs. Even with the rains we received earlier this year, both lakes' shoreline is growing daily. The developer mentioned that they plan to utilize reclaimed water to offset potable water usage. The central plant that I managed added a reclaim system in 2019. With that came added risk and growing pains. Reclaim requires additional filtration and chemicals like biocides and bromides for contaminants such as fecal coliform and to prevent algae formation in the cooling towers. These chemicals are extremely hazardous and require specialized on-site storage and containment to prevent a leak or spill from impacting the surrounding environment. Increased monitoring and treatment to ensure cooling towers are not forming Legionella was also required. Frequently, our demand for reclaim outpaced what the system could provide, requiring a switch over to potable water for cooling tower makeup. A data center this critical will have redundant reclaimed potable water feeds and will switch over to potable as needed. Due to cross-contamination issues, potable and reclaim systems are typically kept separate and very rarely operate concurrently. Chillers and cooling towers are also known to produce extremely low frequencies or ELFs through various components like fans, motors, and compressors. While audible noise pollution is typically the factor most are concerned with, ELFs have the potential to be just as hazardous to health and are more difficult to mitigate due to their wavelength and the location of equipment being on the roof. Think of that low hum you might hear. That's ELFs. ELF research has demonstrated that they can disrupt sleep patterns, cause fatigue, stress, irritability, headaches, and increase the risk of cardiovascular disease. This data center is being proposed on a plot of land that is less than a mile from thousands of Apex households. It will be a large consumer of water and power, require on-site storage of multiple hazardous materials like diesel for generators, batteries for backup, and chemicals for water treatment. It will also generate noise pollution that has the potential to be detrimental to the health of surrounding residents. This is not a facility that should be located within such proximity to residential areas. I would ask that you consider the impact this data center will have on the community you serve. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Howell. Thank you. Jason Wadsworth.
Hey, I live at 4304 Olive Branch Lane off of New Hill. Actually, the data center's back corner of our property, their property will back up to the actual end of our road where my daughters get on the bus every day. And if you've kind of looked at that area, the topographical maps of where the data center is supposed to be located, you have both water drains downhill. So most of your water will end up draining down through our road into Jordan Lake. If you look at the other backside of it, actually will drain off into Sharon Harris Lake. I'm 6th generation North Carolina. My wife is 4th generation New Hill. And we're kind of concerned about it. I mean, we love North Carolina. I've sat here and I've watched a bunch of these meetings. I've looked at your environmental plans, looked at all your planning you've done, and I haven't really seen a lot of anything to do with runoff. You've got a large center with a lot of impervious surface that's going to have a ton of runoff. Where's that runoff going to go? Our homes down our road are all well water. So at what point in time does our well water come into consideration? And if something happens to our aquifer, then who remediates it? The data center, the town of Apex, the county? And at what point, what do you do? We don't want town water. We don't want city water. No offense. That's one of the reasons we moved to the country. We enjoy it out there. We like it. I mean, we've enjoyed it. And the other point of reference I'd like to make is with that road being there, old US 1 is going to take heavy traffic coming in and out during construction. So I'll have a 13-year-old daughter and an 11-year-old daughter standing 20 feet from the edge of the road where school buses get past anyway. So now, I mean, it's already a busy highway, so what's going to be done about that? Is anybody even concerned about the additional amount of traffic? And as we all know, old US 1 is a train wreck at this point. You can go down that road and good luck not hitting a pothole. Good luck not tearing your front end up. I own a landscaping company. We come out with trucks and trailers. We take about $6,000 worth a year in fixing our trucks and trailers, and most of it's shocks and frame repair work from going up and down old US 1. I just really don't see how it's beneficial. You're trying to put a large industrial area between your two largest bodies of water, and all the water that's going to go through that place has to drain to somewhere. Last thing I'm going to say is you can ignore reality, but you can't really ignore the consequences of reality. And at some point, we're going to have to deal with the consequences of this place, whether it's now or later down the road, and really prefer not to be later down the road. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Derek O'Neill.
Thank you. My name is Derek O'Neill. I live at 3329 Boardwell Ridge Drive. I'm a cloud engineer. I work and I live in New Hill, right next to where the data center is going to be. And I wanted to approach this from a slightly different perspective. There's a big elephant in the room when it comes to data center construction. It's called AI. I'm sure everyone's heard of it. The economics of AI, people will want you to believe, are difficult to understand. They're not. On one hand, you have machines that produce words, images, videos. And on the other hand, you have people and companies that pay for those words, images, and videos. The reality of the situation is that the AI industry is right now spending on operational costs and depreciation alone, conservatively, $220 billion a year. And on the other hand, the total amount of money that's coming from people buying those words, images, and videos is $20 billion a year. The only reason these investments are going forward is because people believe, or have been tricked into believing, that somehow AI revenues are going to more than 10x over the course of the next 5 years, which is the expected lifespan of the infrastructure they're building right now, the computers and the switching hardware and whatnot. Meanwhile, I'm sure some of you have come across the very public AI studies that have come out. You have MIT telling us that only 5% of AI rollouts meet their revenue targets. And we've seen very public failures in the form of Klarna, which attempted to fire its entire customer service staff and replace with AI, and immediately had to claw that back. We've all seen the TikToks from Taco Bell, where people try and order from the AI order takers and they get 1,000 cups of water. Taco Bell had to pull that back. And so what I'm trying to make you understand, or not trying to make you understand, I'm trying to explain, is that the economics of this situation mathematically guarantee that the level of money being spent on infrastructure development cannot continue. And when it falls apart, which it will, we are going to be left with an absolute glut of data center infrastructure that has been built in townships just like this one across the country, and a dearth of people willing to spend the money to occupy those data centers. And I don't want Apex to be one of the places that has a stranded asset that isn't doing the township any good in terms of revenue, but is forming a drain on resources and a danger to our environment. There are investments we can make here that are safer for the environment, that are more acceptable to the people who live here, and that are a safer investment revenue-wise in the future. And thank you so much for the time.
Thank you. Sella.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and the council members. I'm going to take one quote from our EAB meeting that happened 2 weeks ago, and then try and dissect it into 3 parts, and then see if there is a story around it. Okay, so the developer and the representative, they mentioned they are going to use 1 million gallon a day of water. 1/3 will be evaporated. 2/3 will be sent back to the facility, sewer facility. So now let's take a moment to understand, where do we get this water? So this 1 million gallon of reclaimed water, what they are talking about is town of Apex takes water from Jordan Lake. it goes to the homes, and from there to the sewer plant, and from there we're planning to send it to the data center. That's what the developer is proposing. Let's talk about that 1/3 of the water that will be evaporated. What does that actually mean? So if you go to slide number 6, on an average, let's do the math. You send 1 million gallons of water, 1/3 is evaporated. If you run that loop the way how the developer mentioned, for 3 days, you're losing 1 million gallons of water. In a year, you will lose 120 million gallons of water evaporated. That has a significant impact on the environment and other aspects. So let's talk about the legalities here. What do we do actually? The reclaimed water from the facility, our obligation, the town's obligation, is to send it back to Cape Fear River, right? So if we don't send that 122 million gallons of water, does that going to have a impact? Is there going to be a legal case against the town from our downstream towns like Fayetteville, Wilmington? We had seen this in the past. So is that going to happen? Something we'll have to keep in mind. So now let's talk about the river. The river is it's helping the downstream towns. Plus also there are natural habitats that live around the river. Let's say if the water is reduced, is that going to have an impact on the natural or living beings that's around the river? That's a question we should ask. We are at a time globally, there are organizations that's working to preserve water and save rivers. And this project is exactly opposite to what globally people are marching around. Let's talk about the last point. Two-thirds of the water will be returned to the facility. So now, once when the pure water is evaporated, it's going to have a lot of chemicals. I think our friend Lee Hole, a neighbor who spoke about it. Those chemicals, does the data center facility have capacity to clean it before it goes to the reclamation center? We don't know. I did not see a plan or a sewage treatment plan that was presented the other day. All right. So now let's take a minute. Let's say if the reclamation water is not approved, are they going to tap into the potable water? That's the question we should leave.
Give your full name and also your address for the record.
Sultan Salahuddin, 2836 Landon Ridge Drive.
Thank you for speaking tonight.
Thank you. Thank you.
Devon Hedge. Devon Hedge. Is it Devin? Devin Hedge. I'm trying to read the writing here.
Devin Hedge. I live at 1003 Inglenook Place in Apex, North Carolina. I am a resident, not of New Hill, but that way. Trying to see how many of my notes here have already been stolen. Good evening, Mayor Gilbert, members of the Apex Town Council, and my fellow citizens. I serve on a HOA board, but I'm speaking for myself this evening. I had to put that disclaimer in there. But I'm also a founder, as of March of this year, and CEO of Calatorre LLC. It's an energy technology company designing environmentally sound systems specifically for AI data centers. The theme is not this data center, not yet. Grid dependency. 2 weeks ago, I was at the North Carolina Renewables Energy Association conference, and it was very clear that this was a theme across the board. And also, Duke Energy's latest 2025 plan had just dropped, and I felt like I was at a funeral. Duke Energy's latest carbon plan extends the life of 3 coal-fired plants through the 2030s and even 2040 to buy time for future generation capacity. This means any new grid-dependent facility will be powered partly by coal, or for at least a decade. They openly said the grid does not have clean capacity for an AI class data center of this size. They've already said that they won't be ready for this data center until 2028. If you line up the two timelines, that means they will be using these coal-fired plants, plus have to pull in new investment for the transmission lines to even get electricity to this data center. Somebody's got to pay for that. The developer has proposed multiple ownership and operating structures, which you probably don't know or may know. A lot of people don't know. There's a game to this business. What happens is the developer shows up, they build the first stage. We saw in the EAB a lot of contradictory statements where they said closed system and then use water reclamation. Those are actually two different things. Why the discrepancy? It's because this builder probably doesn't even know what will actually get built.
Thank you, sir.
And we should be cognizant of that.
Thank you for speaking tonight.
Yep.
Hold on, Captain. Ralph Ripper.
Good evening, Ralph Ripper, 3418 Jordan Shires Drive in New Hill. I'm the Raleigh Fire Captain. I just wanted to flesh out some of the things that I talked about last time with regard to how to fight a fire, a data center fire. It's fire in such a large building. It's common, there's a lot of buildings that in any town, in any municipality, they're so large that it's impractical or impossible to just show up with enough trucks and water to put them out. That's not how it works. Surround and drown, try to keep it from spreading, and limit. That's the best that we can do. I try to do some calculations on fire flow requirement for a building close to what they're proposing. It's not even like 60 pumpers running at 1,000 gallons a minute. Like, it's ridiculous. There's no way we can do that. I've been to a couple of fires that were, one in downtown Raleigh, it was a 5-story apartment building. It was under construction, so the sprinklers weren't active yet. No way we could put that out. So we just let it burn, turn around, spray water at the other buildings that it set on fire. And so that's our best option. The building, of course, will have a sprinkler system. Probably not water, it'll probably be the gas, chemicals that displace the oxygen. And that'll be the system that would be set up to prevent a fire in this facility like this. And that's good if it works, but if you watch the news, you know it doesn't always work. So that's where the fire department comes in. And so I did some looking at the 16-inch main that runs from the new tower that's being built at Pleasant Park that's 5 miles away. Currently, the closest hydrant to this is right across the street at the water reclamation plant. And I think that's an 8-inch main. And so the 16-inch main stops at the entrance to Jordan Point. That would have to be extended, but it's still a dead-end main. It's going to, if it comes down to this location, that's where it's going to stop. And we want a loop, we want a grid, so that we got water coming from different directions, not just from one pipe. That one pipe is putting all your eggs in one basket. So that's an expensive proposition, and it's probably not going to happen for something like this. We're going to end up with that in Maine. So basically what I'm saying is there's no way to put this out once it gets to a certain size. We got to deal with the environmental disaster that's going to cause. It's going to be thousands of gallons a minute from all these fire trucks washing through a chemical minefield and then into the river. So that's just something we got to think about. And I'll probably be back with more facts also. Have a good night. Thank you.
Captain. Appreciate it. David Pfeiffer.
Hello, I'm Dave Pfeiffer, 8909 Weaver Crossing, Apex down the road a couple miles. So good evening, Mayor Gilbert, Town Council and staff, and neighbors. I'd like to communicate my thoughts about the EAB meeting on October 16th concerning the New Hill Digital Campus. I was very disappointed in the information gathered by the board, the level of details provided by Mr. Natali and his team, and the zoning conditions proposed by the EAB. The design and build of a data center is driven by the collaboration between the developer and the end user. At this point in our process, the end user is not defined. The final design needs the end user input for specifications of multiple systems required to have a performing data center. These systems comprise the actual computing resources, the servers, the networking equipment, routers, switches, cabling, and the storage systems to store and manage the data. Those three components need to have some level of tech component upgrade and replacement. Those servers aren't going to last 10 years. The routers aren't going to last 10 years. That's a lot of machinery, electronics that have to be recycled. Other data center structures are the power infrastructure, that's the main power center, backup generators, lithium-ion batteries, the fire suppression systems, which was just spoken to. They include a gas-based system to minimize water damage to the equipment. I don't know what kind of environmental impact those gases have. Infrastructure for the environmental controls to maintain optimal operation conditions. This includes the cooling system, defining the waterline loop of the Western Wake Regional Facility, the hot and cold air aisle containment within the facility itself. All these systems can contribute to the environmental impact to the data center. Without the details defined by the collaboration between the developer and the end user, the EAB did not have enough information to provide detailed zoning conditions. The EAB did propose a list of 20 specific zoning conditions. They covered landscaping and setbacks, sound attenuation requirements and testing, exterior lighting, Tier 4 generators, transportation improvements, design and build of the reclaimed water systems. Although these zoning conditions are appropriate, they do not address all of the environmental impacts of the data center systems I just mentioned. With the limited information available provided by Mr. Natali and team, the EAB could not provide an adequate assessment of the environmental impact and needed zoning conditions to mitigate that impact. The EAB should have deferred the vote on the zoning conditions until the end user and the developer defined the data center specifications. Perfect, 3 minutes. Thank you, bye-bye.
Bill O'Connor.
Dr. Michelle Hoffner O'Connor, 2664 Jordan Point Boulevard. So I think it's a little refreshing if heard 30 minutes of truth as opposed to the 90 minutes of lies the developer told 2 weeks ago. But I'm not going to talk about that. I'm actually going to talk about the EAB itself. I have served on boards like the EAB, the bottom tier that provides non-binding recommendations in a multi-step decision-making process. I, alongside my fellow board members, were told in no uncertain terms by the committee that sat above us that they were not obligated to consider our votes or opinions, and they could initiate measures without our input. The joke was on them in 2018 because the top tier denied their recommendations without our input, but we managed to get what we were seeking forward and approved with coalition building and cooperation. That took a lot of effort, but we did manage to raise the money to increase mental health counselors available at psychological services at UNC. Why am I sharing this? Because after the EAB meeting, I was told planning doesn't listen to us anyway, because the EAB chose to move forward with the vote immediately after undermining their credibility by saying, we don't have enough information, because they clearly have no relationship with planning and not enough passion to push for what they recommend to become reality. How can anyone in this room believe in the process when they clearly don't? I commend the chair and Katie Schaff and several others who asked good questions, but much of this board lacked the fortitude to go the distance on behalf of the town of Apex. Mayor Gilbert, I urge you to speak with this committee. I ask you to evaluate their commitment and passion for their roles, and if you don't believe they're up for the job, please ask for their resignation. Please, because there are plenty of people who are willing to serve in their place who will serve with passion. The correct decision that night was not yes or no, but to table, to ensure all information was available to at least try to maximize the environmentally related recommendations within the town's purview for this application. Instead, they punted, and that's a shame. I personally agree with Katie Schaff. There is no number of recommendations that can feasibly bring this data center here without significant harms to our community. I hope tonight serves as a reminder to all of you, especially the next time you listen to the developer try to sell you on the pretty picture that will never align with reality. Thank you.
John Barnshaw.
Good evening. My name is John Barnshaw. I live at 2426 Castleberg Drive, and I'm wearing blue because I'm here to talk about another issue. This evening, I wish to speak on behalf of 25 members of the Charleston Village community. Don't worry, I'll keep my comments under 3 minutes. In opposition to a proposed bike path. On June 23rd, Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Resources staff posted signage requesting removal of jumps built in the open space in the Charleston Village neighborhood along the North Beaver Creek Greenway. Youth residents presented a request to allow them to develop plans and create an official bike track in the area during a public comment on the period of August 12th, 2025. On October 21st, last week, a town council work session was held during this session, bike tracks were discussed and an additional engagement session was requested to solicit additional input from the Charleston Village community. While we appreciate the value of safe recreation, this proposal raises serious concerns about the long-term sustainability of the area, due process, and precedents which the town might have to address later. Earlier today, I had the opportunity to speak with Town Council Clerk Alan Coleman and Craig Setzer, Director of Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Resources. Now I see why they always use PRCR. Makes a lot of sense. Our conversations were productive, and we all agreed that there was an opportunity for all parties to improve communication between the City of Apex and the Charleston Village community. We also shared a commitment to engage in not just some parties initially interested in the issue, but actively engage all members of the community and a larger share of Charleston Village residents, which we believe will aid the mayor and the town council. Second, I wish to express public comment on behalf of the other residents of Charleston Village that many are not in favor of the bike paths moving forward in these areas. Many residents are grateful for the opportunity that we have to have asphalt already paved in these ecologically sensitive areas. And we support the mayor's initiative to have these youth in our community engage in the building of bike paths in a much larger area designated near the skate park in Apex. We believe this area would allow for greater space and more inclusive opportunities for the community broader and beyond Charleston Village. I thank you very much for your time and attention to this matter.
Thank you for speaking tonight. Thank you. Okay, here's what we have here. We have 5 minutes left. It appears that we have two speakers probably here with the red shirt team. And then the rest we haven't heard from tonight. Looks like different subject matters perhaps. So, council members, what would you desire to do? What's the...
How many total left? Sorry.
So that would be 8 speakers.
I'll give my time back.
Okay.
I will as well.
What's your name?
Glenn Rennie. I would just be redundant.
All right. So that gets us 6 more minutes. All right, let's roll on, then we'll go from there. Yvonne. Is there Yvonne here?
I'm not a speaker.
Okay. All right, we'll cross your name out. Okay, Rashida Monroe. You're speaking for 4 more. Raise your hand if you're with the doc. Okay. All right, thanks.
Hello, my name is Dr. Rashida Monroe. I'm a Wake County pediatrician and affordable housing advocate and board member of the Raleigh Area Land Trust and a resident of the town of Apex, 334 Lovely Circle. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you all tonight. I work with children in Wake County who come from low resource communities and whose families struggle to afford safe and high quality housing. We call housing one of the social drivers of health, or SDOH. SDOH includes where you live, learn, work, and play is how we describe it. It's the access that you have to high quality housing, high quality jobs and education, green spaces, healthy foods, and fresh air. Children in low resource communities have poor access to these social drivers of health, and particularly to affordable housing. I like to call affordable housing the cornerstone of the social drivers of health. Without it, social drivers are nearly impossible to achieve. If a family is overpaying on their housing costs, they're less likely to have enough money for healthy foods, recreational activities, free time, and the important quality of life measures that others may enjoy. These families are more likely to have parents who work multiple jobs to make ends meet, and meaning that children are sometimes left without appropriate supervision to be able to go outside, to run and play, or stay after school to participate in school activities and sports. The trickle-down effect of paying too much for housing impacts really every aspect of life. Parents are overstressed, and we know that stress really works like a toxic chemical in the body. It increases the likelihood of chronic diseases like heart disease, diabetes, high blood pressure, and mental health problems. These families are more likely to be living in older, low quality, and overcrowded housing with exposure to toxic chemicals from industrial plants and indoor allergens like mold, cockroaches, and mice. These factors increase the rates of allergies and asthma in children living in low quality housing. Children who live in low quality housing are more likely to have asthma. They're more likely to have severe asthma. They're more likely to be hospitalized for asthma. They're more likely to die from asthma. I'd like to take a couple of minutes just to tell you the story of a patient of mine. We'll call him Max. Max's story is pretty common in the clinic where I work with children and families from low financial resource areas. Max is 8 years old. He has asthma. His mother works in our healthcare system as a medical assistant. She has a second job in the evenings to make ends meet. In order to work within the healthcare system, she has to live close enough to our healthcare facility, but her rent is very expensive. She overpays for her small apartment that is older and has complained many times to the landlord that she can see black mold on some of the walls and there are cockroaches, and that despite many attempts, she's unable to remediate them. Max has asthma that's hard to control and is further exacerbated by the exposures inside the home and outside of the home as they live near industrial power plant expelling toxins into his environment. He has asthma flares frequently throughout the year for which he needs to see his pediatrician. He requires additional medications, and a few times a year he's been hospitalized for his severe asthma. His flares cause missed days from school and work for his mother and a further loss of income. Max often goes to school sleepy and unable to effectively learn as a result of being up at night coughing, one of the most common symptoms of pediatric asthma. At school, he chooses to sit and chat during recess instead of running and playing with the other 8-year-old boys because exercise causes him to have shortness of breath and wheezing. He has a few friends, only has a few friends due to his inability to participate in the most popular recess activity for 8-year-old boys, which is tag and soccer. The stress from working 2 jobs and having a child with chronic disease causes Max's mom to choose an unhealthy coping mechanism of smoking cigarettes, but it's her stress reliever. She only smokes outside the home because she knows it can trigger Max's asthma, yet the smell from her clothing still makes him cough and wheeze. What if Max's mom had access to high quality, affordable housing that she could pay for with one job, that allowed her to afford the more expensive and more effective medicines that Max needed to treat his severe asthma? What if she could live in a safe and high quality housing free of the allergens that cause Max's asthma to flare? What if she didn't have to work 2 jobs and had more time to spend with Max, letting him play outside in fresh air and green spaces? How much healthier and richer could their lives be? I believe it's a wonderful opportunity that we have as leaders and advocates in this community to ensure that our neighbors have access to high quality, affordable housing that lets their families thrive. There are some highly effective models of partnerships between healthcare systems, community land trusts, and developers that set aside a portion of developments for those making less than the area median index, area median income, and the benefits are universal, as lower wage healthcare workers and essential workers have access to live close to their places of employment at reasonable rates. Healthcare systems are able to recruit and retain the necessary workers for their healthcare systems and to support their communities. I will continue to support affordable housing initiatives, and I look forward to working with the council to support these initiatives that will help our communities thrive. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Moreau. Thank you. Elizabeth Stitt.
Elizabeth Raysted, 3113, Mayor, Council, good evening. So there's been some interesting conversations on social media in the last couple of days. And I wanted to bring up the Apex Development Report. It is one of my all-time favorite publications that the town produces. So for the people who are watching and in the audience, if you don't know about this report, it is produced every month. It's on Apex's website, and it lists all the development that's occurring. It tells our population. It gives a whole host of things that if you want to understand what's happening in this community month by month, this is a great report. So the reason why I brought it up was I saw some data on Facebook using population data from 2023. And I just wanted to share, make sure everybody had a copy of September's. And I've got handouts if anybody would like it. But our current population is estimated at 82,446. So this is the number produced by the town of Apex. It's slightly more than what was in the budget document a couple of months ago. And this report says that approximately 665 residents have moved here in the last couple months. And then it goes on, if you go a little further back and you look at the residential projects, it says we have 4,944 units under construction. Apex typically plans on 2.83 people per unit, and that's going to add 13,991 people to our community. And if these are under construction, I'm guessing it's probably 12, 24 months, maybe 36 months, depending on the type of building. So where there's conversation about, hey, our community, the growth is slowing down, it's only temporary because things slowed down during COVID. You couldn't build. And so with this number of units, we really need to have a good faith conversation, not cherry pick numbers, to say, hey, you know, it was slow for a couple years because of COVID. We all understand that. But it's going to rebound. And so when you add those 13,000 people, we're going to have 96,437 additional people. I'm sorry, total people in Apex. So I'm not quite sure where we're putting 14,000, but I did want to call out real quickly that right across from the data center is Gracewood that's being built. And based on the number of units literally across the street, that's going to house approximately 1,260 individuals. Those families and those children need to be made aware what's potentially coming across the road so they can make decisions if they don't want to live there. Thank you.
Still got time, right? Still good? We good?
We've surpassed the 36 minutes. Let's roll.
Wanna roll?
Yeah, let's just finish up.
Yeah. Thank you for that. He's got 4 more. Tracy Taylor.
Good evening, Mayor Gilbert, Town Council members, and staff. My name is Dr. Tracy Taylor, and I live at 2004 Baysdale Lane. And I am here tonight to attempt to reclaim my reputation after my character and integrity were publicly impugned at the September 9th Apex Town Council meeting. I was appointed to the Apex Board of Adjustment by Mayor Olive in 2018 and reappointed by Mayor Gilbert, and I have faithfully served every day since. I did the job selflessly and willingly, declining any offered compensation. My sole focus was to serve the people of my community. Tonight, I find myself in the unenviable position of having to defend myself against defamatory remarks made publicly by Mr. Gant while the rest of the council, with the exception of Mayor Gilbert, sat collectively silent when Mr. Gant delivered his derogatory, inaccurate remarks. So let's set the record straight. At the Town Council meeting on September 9th, Mr. Gant, you had the mendacity to state or infer that after reviewing July 2023 Board of Adjustment transcripts, you determined that I was biased toward and supported the residents of Courtyards on Holt, that I encouraged them to be disrespectful to town staff, and that in my November 2023 speech to Town Council, I publicly reiterated my support for the residents who you said acted inappropriately toward town staff. None of this is true. Show me those transcripts or my town council presentation where I displayed this bias or where I encouraged citizens to be disrespectful to town employees. You can't, because no such transcripts exist. Do not conflate my November 2023 speech to town council with speeches from Courtyards on Holt residents. In my speech, I requested a future UDO that would provide Board of Adjustment members a separate attorney to advise on procedure and process during quasi-judicial hearings, because it appeared to me to be a conflict to have the same attorney represent the town and the Board of Adjustment, particularly when litigation is threatened. Mr. Gant, if my actions in November 2023 were so disqualifying, why did you and the rest of the town council vote to remove Vice Chair Brian Johnson in January 2024 and keep me on the Board of Adjustment? Why was I unanimously voted Board of Adjustment Vice Chair 1 month later if my actions were so egregious? Mr. Gant, you and your fellow town council members waited almost 2 years to register your hard no disapproval of my supposed actions. Your remarks and defamatory statements impugning my integrity may be consequential. I have maintained a steadfast focus on evidence and the truth. I maintained that ethos throughout my time on the Board of Adjustment. I am profoundly insulted by the remarks directed at me. I will always seek the truth and base my decisions on the truth and its supporting evidence. Thank you.
Barbara Collins.
You can charge it against my 3 minutes.
You're good. Take all the time you need.
Thank you. Stop. I'm right up there. So I am not going, Barbara Collins at 901 Norwood Lane, Apex. I've been here many times before, and I think most of you know me, and I care deeply about rezoning. Because once zoned, that is a commitment to the community that we know what the zoning is. And so every time we rezone, you're taking the work that's happened in the past and bringing it into the future, which is different than what we wanted. So that's my view of rezoning. I am not going to talk about clarifying zoning. I'm not going to talk about fire problems and safety. I'm not going to talk about water use. I'm not going to talk about noise, runoff, or a stranded site. Here's what I'm going to say instead. How many of us went to college where we had a typewriter? Okay, never envisioning there would not be anything to replace that in the future. I had an electric typewriter. That was an innovation, right? We are at the typewriter stage of data centers. Best available technology has not yet come to fruition. That's why I'm not going to talk about all those things, because you already know them. All the information you need to make a decision has already been delivered to you and to the rest of us with the great work of our neighbors. Thank you. So I do want to say this. Where has it worked well? What is the example of a well-working data center of this size and scope? I don't have that information. I hope you do. I wanted to say, who cares about a lawsuit? It wouldn't be me, because it's worth it to me to spend $2 million, $3 million, $5 million, whatever it takes to get out of this. It's going to cost us more than that to go forward. So if you want to think about the economy of it, I think it is in favor of no. And the final thing I want to say is this. Not now, maybe someday, but until best available technology takes care of pollution, noise, lights, accidents, fire, we're not ready. No one is ready. That's what I came to say here with my trusty assistant who's learning this process. And thank you very much for coming with me, little Princess Charlotte. All right. Thank you very much.
Aaron, Yanni? Okay, thank you. All right. Andrew Gluck. Andrew Gluck. After Andrew's Nick Bryant, and that'll complete the list.
Hello, Andrew Gluck lives in Walden Creek. I don't know if you remember, I was here 2 months ago. I asked you all to do something about writing to the state, to the appropriate people about getting sound barriers put up in the area of 540. My question is, has it been done? If anybody can answer those questions. And why hasn't anybody, can anybody explain why nobody took the
There was a
initiative?
presentation from the 540 guys. We can maybe talk about that.
Yeah, we did reach out to DOT and asked them to address that in their presentation before this board, and they did speak to that.
But we can get with you after.
And what, did you get any answers?
It's the time when your neighborhood was built versus when the road was
Right.
approved. That's the criteria.
Okay, meanwhile, they have other times done them afterwards. And they have put sound barriers up. We were the first area to get the road. And for some reason, they did not see fit to put them in. They're very easy to add. That's why I'm asking, why weren't they added later on? Why can't we get them added now?
We hear you. We'll have someone from staff to connect with you after the meeting, maybe tomorrow. Yeah, all right. We'll get you those answers.
All
Thank you
righty,
so
I'll
much for coming out.
leave my phone number here then.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you, everybody.
All right. All right, Nick Bryant.
I won't take my 3 minutes either. Mayor, council, I wanted to go ahead and tell you ahead of time, the Saunders lot is looking great and we're all very excited about it. However, I don't want to put the cart in front of the horse to say, we were told as Nick Bryant, 123 New Dover Road, also downtown business owner. That being said, we were told August. It's now approaching November, might as well be November, and I don't expect that it's going to be done by August at this point. That being said, the Salem Streetscape is starting in January, and whatever timeline you guys are going to tell us, whether it be 9 months, that's the preliminary number that I've heard. I'd really like a better job holding contractors to that, or the town to that. This is our livelihood, regardless of what everyone thinks. We are not rolling in the money downtown. We are regular people trying to make a living, and we have to make a budget too. So with Salem Streetscape Salem Street State coming up. Please be aware of that. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. All right, that completes public forum. I want to thank all of you for coming out to speak tonight. It's very important that we hear from you, and we don't take it lightly. So this would be your time to exit if you would like to. Y'all want to take a quick? All right, we're going to take a 10-minute recess. We're in recess. My man.
out any difference between the one that was used in the public notice map. I'll be organizing these by the recommendation from the Apex Transit Prioritization Study. So I'll be starting with our fixed route recommendation 2, which is to revise the existing Go Apex 1 routing. There's a series of a few tweaks to the map that I'll go over. So if we zoom in, we're proposing to add additional lines for future Go Apex Route 1 in a few areas that align to the proposed access changes to the route. I'll try to point it out. Additional green and white striped line along Hughes Street, Chatham, and Mason Street in downtown. Additional green and white striped line along Perry Road and Hughes Street. And additional green and white striped line, it's like a little piece of Broadstone Way and then actually into the Walmart turnaround for proposed future Go Apex Route 1. This is accompanied by a proposed removal of Go Apex Route 1 in the area along East William Street and Apex Peakway because we couldn't serve both of those locations with the proposed routing shown here. So it's kind of a necessary change. And just FYI, where we are showing proposed removal of Go Apex Route 1 in the final version of the map, we'll actually denote that with a green and black striped line because we do anticipate further public input, and so we don't want to remove it from the map yet. It'll just be shown as proposed to be removed. Hopefully that'll clarify things.
Can I ask you on this one?
Oh, yes.
Can the enhanced bus stop structure be moved?
So are you talking about the shelter near Cambridge Village? Yes. So those can be moved. Okay. They're bolted into the ground and they can be moved. The concrete has to be poured based on the location, but the shelter can, and any benches can be moved.
Okay, so the investment that we made in that one will not entirely be undone if that
change
goes
takes
into place. Okay,
correct.
Thank you.
So would we move it to the other side of, so would we move it to Hughes Street to still have a bus stop at Cambridge Village?
That's the idea. It's still concept at this point, so we don't have like a final location decided, but if we were to go with this routing, we'd need to add a couple more stops.
Other side of the road, probably.
Right. So, let me ask the question differently. Like, we're not intending to remove a bus stop at Cambridge Village.
Correct. It could be across the street.
Right.
Yeah.
I just want to make sure that we still have accessibility from Cambridge Village.
Are we proposing to put it across the street so seniors have to walk across the street?
So the way the route works in this area, it only goes in one direction. So if we go down Perry Road to Hughes instead of Peakway, then it would be across the street from Cambridge Village. It would be on the same side of the street as Stone Glen and any potential future development on that side.
Okay. May have to rethink that one.
There are trade-offs, wherever route you take. And there's Stone Glen would be a very popular stop as well, presumably.
But there's a difference between having able-bodied adults crossing the street and then having seniors crossing the street, potentially using walkers and wheelchairs and so on. So I would highly think that through.
So, and you all can make recommendations that are more specific than this recommendation. At this point, like I mentioned before, the map would reflect the green and black proposed to be removed striped line with the idea of further public input before the final decision is made, if that makes any difference.
And you also, just to clarify, we have data on the usage of each stop with the current Route 1.
Correct.
That could inform a future decision about how much we're losing and how busy that stop is. I don't know the answer to that, but I've seen the data before.
Yeah, and that stop is also shared by Go Triangle, so we could ask them for information as well. Okay, making sure I didn't skip anything. Okay, so this continues proposed changes to the existing Go Apex Route 1 routing. So the upper image shows a proposed removal of existing Go Apex Route 1 north of downtown, so removing the loop that goes up Lower Duncan Road to the Peakway, to North Salem Street, to Hunter Street. And that would be shown by the green and black line, as well as the accompanying removal of the future local route, which is the blue and white striped line that is was in existence before Go Apex Route 1 started, as well as a very small removal of the actual bus turnaround that's currently operating in the Olive Chapel Professional Park. The green and white striped line on the bottom image was already changed with the previous map amendment, but the loop was left because that's how the route operates today. So the intention would be, if we actually start using that green and white striped routing down Chapel Ridge Road, that we would not do the turnaround in Olive Chapel Professional Park. So that would be proposed to be removed. So moving on to a different route concept, this is related to the proposed new fixed route following the Pine Plaza Pleasant Park route concept from the transit prioritization study. This is to add new lines with a yellow and white striped line to be a potential future Route 2 that would be shown along Lower Duncan Road, Pine Plaza Drive, Old Raleigh Road, as well as a turn in up Shepherd's Vineyard Drive to the Eva Perry Library. And that would be accompanied by a removal of future local route along 64 and making a triangle with Shepherd's Vineyard and Old Raleigh Road, because this route concept would replace that proposed future local route. And this speaks to the question from the presentation earlier about service to the library.
Thank you.
And then on the southern side of downtown, the Route 2 would continue down South Salem Street, turn around at Pleasant Park, and also travel down Kelly Road and Apex Barbecue Road. The clarified map, I just wanted to point out, when the route got to downtown, it was underneath some other layers, so you couldn't see, but the intent was that it would continue through downtown and be connected as one route. Okay, and then we would also add another line, which is a teal and white striped route, which would be a potential fixed route to serve the Viridia East Village area. And that would travel down East Williams to future roadways within the Viridia development. And again, the clarified map didn't label these roadways, and we realized that labels would be pretty important because these roads haven't actually been built yet. So they're based on the road concepts, the roads that are being developed by the developer, Viridia. So the proposed routing would go down East William Street to future Atlas Lane, future Adesso Boulevard, future Forest Light Way, future Jesse Drive, and future Street C, which hasn't been named yet, and loop and come back up to downtown. And again, in the public notice map, the line was under the existing Go Apex Route 1 line, so you couldn't see that it went all the way into downtown. Okay, and then the final proposed recommendation is actually to remove the shown bus transit center located just east of downtown near the intersection of William Street and Hughes Street and Mason Street. And that is actually because the intention is to consolidate it with the blue circle, which is the proposed bus and rail transit center at Moore Street and Salem Street. And that location was solidified with the S-Line Mobility Hub study that was accepted earlier this year. So it seemed redundant when we would focus any bus transit center in the area 2 blocks west. So it's kind of clarifying the intent of it. So again, I have a proposed like before and after condition to help illustrate the changes. So this is again our most recent approved map. And then the draft after condition shows what an approved map would look like with these proposed amendments. So you can see the new lines, the yellow and white proposed, Route 2 concept, the teal and white proposed Route 3 concept, and the changes to Go Apex Route 1, so where routing would be removed are the green and black striped lines, and where proposed routing would be added are the green and white striped lines, and then the removal of the bus transit center near Hughes and William Street.
Can you speak to the future local routes? So I get Go Apex 1, 2, and 3, but there's also another one that's labeled future local routes. Like we haven't really discussed that, I don't think.
Right, that's a good question. So those have existed pretty much since the approval of the Advanced Apex Plan in 2019, that were shown as just conceptual in nature, and they've been there since before Go Apex Route 1 started. Because the Apex Transit Prioritization Study didn't specifically speak to those longer term ideas, we didn't feel it was appropriate to remove them from the map. So in places where the Apex Transit Prioritization Study, addressed that planned service or proposed need, we replaced it with a more concrete plan concept. But where it didn't, we left those there because they could be still considered in the future. And we do have our comprehensive plan update that's just started recently, which could address further amendments, for long-term transit plans.
And the reason I'm asking is because that seems to be the route that might connect Go Apex 3 to the hospital site. And I do think that there needs to be some public transit connection from that loop area that's kind of stops at the east end of the Verdia development to the part that serves the hospital, or the west side that where the hospital would be located.
Correct. Yeah, and so we don't have a short-term plan for that as of yet, but we'll continue to look at that as plans become more solidified and we go through our comprehensive plan update.
And maybe I can add too, you may have noticed in the kind of the original plan before we add these new routes in, there were a lot of kind of large loops. And I know Cary and a lot of transit areas have trended toward more of a hub and spoke type model than large loop routes, because they're not, people kind of want to get from one place to the other, not these kind of really long things. And so I think it reflects the current trend in local, at least in our area, local transit and Cary doing the same thing. And I think those large loops probably are going to go away eventually, because I think people want kind of a hub and spoke type thing to get to more places. So I think the more recent ones are going to be better utilized than what's shown there. But until we figure it out, I think it's appropriate to keep them on there.
As long as we keep connectivity to the hospital site in the forefront, right? Because I can see that being a big driver of usage for our local transit system. So even though it's not developed right now as kind of priority 2 or 3, I do think that might quickly become a priority as that hospital develops.
My understanding is it's the transit staff's highest priority is to kind of figure out enhanced transit for that, to serve that site. That's what I've heard, at least. And maybe Wake County transit plan will be there's a current update for it, but I think there's going to be some special thing for that because of so many people are going to be using that area.
Okay, sounds like you're on it.
Well, I'm not going to be on it, but yeah, I think something, in my opinion, something connecting that to downtown like directly would probably be better than a loop shown there, because of where they're going to want to get to.
Yeah.
All right. Any more?
So just letting you know, staff recommendation from the staff report is to recommend approval, and I'm happy to answer any questions and comments. So that was the end of the presentation.
Thank you for the presentation. Any other questions for Ms. Schwing? All right, hearing none, we'll go ahead and open up public hearing for this item. No one signed up to speak. Public hearing is closed for comment. Back to council for discussion. Motion.
Motion to approve?
Motion Gant.
Can we split the vote? Because I'm not sure if I'm in favor of the Cambridge Village adjustments. I think by and large, these adjustments make sense, but that one, I'm just not comfortable with.
Anybody else have any thoughts on that particular one?
Yeah, same. I feel the same. I feel like we need to really think a lot more about that and revisit that one, because that's potentially setting people up for falls crossing the road there, and you've got, you know, lanes of traffic going there that it's not exactly a quiet area. So you've got a lot of traffic coming through there. So it's going to be more difficult for people to cross that area to get to the bus stop. So I'm really concerned about moving the bus stop across the road.
Just to clarify, is Stone Glen a seniors only development too?
No.
It was proposed that way, I think, originally, or something, wasn't it?
Not that one, no. There
Not
was
that one, okay, so.
There were seniors there, though.
That was the one next to the post office.
Sure, there were seniors there.
Well, I thought they both were, actually, okay.
I have no doubt there are going to be plenty of people using this from Stone Glen. But when we put people at risk who are already at high risk for falls, it's not a great thing having them cross to the other side of the road to get to this. So.
And just to be clear, like, it might still make sense once we actually look at the utilization data for that site. I'm just not comfortable approving a change or proposed change right now without having insight into that data.
Okay, I'll make a motion to approve 2 through 4. Would that be correct way of splitting it? Was it number 1?
Recommendation number 2 is the one that.
I think that might be a little mislabeled because there's no number 1 and there seems to be 2 number 2.
Okay, I'll make a motion to approve everything but that route.
I second that.
Okay.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed? All right, motion carries. Thank you.
Okay, well, hold on. I'll make a motion to approve that route as well.
Okay, motion to approve that route. Is there a second?
Sorry, I just request for clarification on what was approved and what's the motion for approval with Route 1. I'm just gonna go back.
I think the Walmart was good. Or, sorry, maybe we should just do them.
It was the
everything
very
but the
first recommendation is listed as recommendation number 2, but so is the next one. So
the removal of the Hughes the addition of the Hughes and removal of the Peakway section is
So
right.
the only
That
element
yeah.
that's not approved is right.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
So I was confused because you said you might consider this if we get more data. I thought that the purpose, if this were approved, it doesn't actually modify the route. But it would solidify more public input, I thought I heard. So I guess procedure to what happens if we approve it, what happens if we don't? Like, it sounds like if we don't approve it, it's dead. If we do approve it, then we would get more data from the route. Is that not right?
That was my understanding as well. I thought this was a request to do more, keep it as a proposed route, but get more data before we make any.
Because I agree, it hinges on how much is that actually used, right? Like, the concern is valid.
Yeah.
If no one's using it,
Then it's, yeah.
Right.
then we have all these people across the street. But if they are using it, then well, that's good to know. So we don't know that right now.
So I'm just here to address questions if
Great.
needed. But so direction is good either way to staff. If this is approved, it would show up as proposed to be removed, and we would conduct additional public input, and we could do further research. If that's not the direction that council wants to go in, we could just not include this and not pursue this change at this point and just leave it as it is. Part of the reason behind this proposed change was the idea to serve affordable housing, including potential for future additional affordable housing, in which case having access to all-day local bus stops is one of the potential things that can help with getting certain funding sources for affordable housing. So that was part of the reason behind it. But again, the intent was not to reduce safety or things like that. So if there are unintended consequences that aren't worth the trade-off, then that's okay.
So let me kind of rephrase my position then. I don't want to kill this and we never look at it again, right? I fully understand that we have an affordable housing community. We're thinking about having another affordable housing community along U Street that I do want to serve with bus service. So the change of the route in that sense makes sense. I just want to make sure that we have a solution for the Cambridge Village residents. May they use that, the bus service, right? Because again, like that's the data or point that we're kind of missing right now. So I don't want to vote it down and kill the whole initiative, right? But if all we're approving is future conversation, resident input, get that feedback, look at the data, then I'm okay with moving the motion.
I think I'd be okay with that too. It's just, I want more conversation. I want more data points around this instead of it just being that it's the assumption that this route will be approved without that information, because I'm not in favor of that at all.
And just so that we're clear, this right here is a proposal to take a look at, changing the route. But in order to do that, you got to propose changing the route or removing that portion. And before that is actually done, you'll get more input, you'll provide us more data, and then you'll come back to us and say, all right, this is something that we're going to do, or we're not going to do. You'll be able to give us the data point. So essentially, we're saying, take a look at this, give us the data points.
All right, Dan has a motion.
And to another point, to potentially having another option here.
Yeah.
Right, that does not change.
On that point, have you considered going the other way down Hughes Street? Because this has us going right on Perry, left on Hughes, left on Peakway, right? Could we go right onto Peakway, right onto Hughes, and still be on that side of the road for Cambridge Village, stop right in front of them, and then go up to Perry?
But it goes around to the Walmart and around the Peakway.
But do we want to solution it here, or do we just give staff the guidance?
I say let staff figure it out.
Right. Yeah. So
you got a motion?
Yeah.
And for what's worth, I think there'll be substantially more ridership with Stone Glen and the future affordable housing in that area, and if we have a partnership with Dorcas or whatever, however it's going to work, I think it will be a substantially more common one, because I believe that community has some transportation inside their community for people who are unable to drive themselves.
Okay. So with all this in mind, I'll second Gan's motion.
Okay.
All right. Have a motion second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, motion carries. Thank you so much for everything. We're moving on. Video amendments. Mr. Venable, how are you?
Good. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Council. It's good to see you this evening. I have various UDO amendments to bring to your attention today. They're proposed by different town departments, so I'll kind of explain that and just kind of run through them at a high level. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. We do have some additional staff here to answer some additional questions, mainly pertaining to the transportation elements. Just a couple background, just these amendments were presented to your planning board on October 13th, and they were unanimously recommended for approval at that time. Since that date, I do need to provide you with one update. Following additional discussions between planning staff and the Community Development and Neighborhood Connections department here, we have decided to withdraw the amendment for section 8.3.11 electrical vehicle charging spaces. We would like to consider and look at having additional options to address some of these situations where we may be able to provide a greater relief for the requirement for electrical vehicle charging spaces through the housing condition policy guidance moving forward. So we're just asking for additional time. We're going to revisit this with the Community Development and Neighborhood Connections team and bring something for you maybe in the future.
Can I ask a question about that real quickly,
Yeah,
though? Was there ever discussion, maybe there will be in the housing thing, is even if there's trying to reduce the cost for the affordable housing units for them to be EV or charger ready versus installing the chargers directly. Is that going to be part of it possibly?
That could absolutely be part of it possibly. We're exploring all options for this now.
I think there'll be in the future, even affordable housing people, affordable housing residents will have EVs, because I think a lot of people will have EVs, and they won't be as more expensive than gasoline engines in the future. So yeah, I think being thoughtful about that and maybe it being ready when they want to install those. Be
Absolutely, that's a very good
possible
point.
thing. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Gate. All right, the First Amendment is requested by the Transportation Infrastructure and Development staff here. Again, I'm not going to read all this out for you line by line, just it's been a long evening, but I will address it high level. We are proposing amendments to 7.4, the dedication of right-of-way, and section 7.4.2, no deprivation of land. The reason for these changes is to clarify right-of-way dedication requirements, limit the land taken for redevelopment or development itself. The reasoning for this is to provide clear standards for dedication, limits the land that can be taken at the time to 35% of the track, and it balances the town's transportation goals with fairness and proportionality. Here, as part, again, amendments to section 7.5.1, required improvements generally and exemptions. Update exemptions for small-scale projects, low chip generators, and high-cost improvements. The reasoning for this is exemptions allow for practical development without compromising the future road improvements and ensure safe access for vehicles and emergency services. As you can see, some language was added to the top there, and much of this was stricken and replaced with this language here. Again, some of this is existing, so it's not underlined or bolded, and some of this additional information was added. I'll leave that on screen for you to read. If you have any questions, we can address that. Again, some added language here, just cleaning up some of it. Additionally, I would like to highlight section C here, fee in lieu, due to state or local improvement plans. Essentially, this is where a project is adjacent to a street that's been identified either by the North Carolina Department of Transportation State Transportation Plan Improvement Program or the town's capital improvement program, and is scheduled to be under construction within the next 3 years from the date of the first site plan or first subdivision submittal. So essentially, they'll be able to offer a fee in lieu for that instead of having to develop and build out the improvements. In 7.5.4 streets, here we have added new language. Again, the proposed change is to clarify construction order and responsibilities. The reasoning guides developers on phase construction, grading, and dedication, aligning with traffic design standards and connectivity. Leave that up for a second. Some text again has been struck. I'll just leave this on the screen for a second. And Article 13, transportation, changes have been made to section 13.16, developer agreements. Again, the reasoning proposed change is to clarify offsite improvement agreements and cost participation. The reasoning for this is to support coordinated planning and developers' initiative to ensure equitable costs and cost sharing per state statutes 160D. All right, we'll be moving into the next portion. These were requested by water resource staff. The first one is amendments to section 6.17 for watershed protection overlay districts for high density development option in order to specify the maximum built upon area allowed within the Jordan Lake critical area of the town's water supply watershed. Here, this lays out, this is passed by state law, so this lays out that specifically 50% of maximum built upon area is established here, and improves clarity and consistency with state environmental protections. Additionally, there's another amendment to section 6.1.11. It prohibits residential lots within riparian buffers, and it corrects a typographical error on this next slide there. But for this, the goal is to align UDO language with actual buffer practices and strengthens the environmental protections. And here's the typo. It was or instead of, and that's been corrected. Again, this is the section that's been removed from this request. Changes to section 4.3.5, commercial uses for retail sales and services. This is to clarify the scope of permitted products specifically. Before, the language swimming pools has been struck, and we've added additional language for above ground pools and pool forms to go along with spa, greenhouses, and other outdoor play sets because we feel that meets the intent greater and provides a better understanding clarity. Amendments to 4.3.6, industrial uses. This change would allow showrooms as an accessory use to industrial uses. The reasoning for this is it supports accessory uses while maintaining UDO standards. This comes in handy for establishments for like custom cabinet makers, countertop fabricators, and other specialties that may benefit from having at least some portion of their site dedicated to having a showroom so they can show off the product that they're creating on site. And lastly, amendment to section 4.3.3 utilities. There was a request that we provide language to provide clarification. Here we've changed the language to electrical generation facility and crossed out distribution or switching station and directed the reader to go to section 4.3.3J, utility minor, for electrical substations and other elements of an electrical transmission network. Ideally, this is supposed to be focused just on the generation aspect of it. And that's the last one. If you have any questions, staff is here to answer them.
All right, thank you so much. Any questions?
I had one question.
Yeah.
It was specifically for the fee in lieu, related to, let's see, basically page 15 for us, but Amendment 1. First of all, why 3 years? Are we talking about funded or non-funded projects in this?
Absolutely. Chris Johnson with our Transportation Infrastructure Department can answer more questions.
Yep. Yeah, the 3 years was basically set up because with DOT projects, yes, they would be funded if they were within 3 years of construction typically. And with town projects, we would typically be on design far in advance of that. So it's a number that's been used in other jurisdictions that we've looked at across Wake County. And so that's where we arrived at the 3 years.
Given the widely different variations in pricing that we've had for funding of projects, do we feel like within 3 years we're going to actually get a fee in lieu that's going to pay for the project?
Well, I think what they're due at, they're required to pay a fee in lieu at the time. I don't know if we can provide an escalation of that, but we would be reviewing any cost estimate they provide and going through and with a fine-tooth comb to make sure that they've included everything that would be part of the project.
Okay. But do you kind of see my concern?
Oh, yeah.
Because that, to me, that says that we're potentially going to have a bigger gap that we're going to have to fill for some of these projects.
Right. It's just the reason we have it in there is because we don't want to get into a situation where a private development project is overlapping a public project and being built by two separate entities and designed by two separate entities, and then you end up with a conflict when it comes time to put them together. So if a design's already moving forward with the town, then we would be able to make sure the design's done to our standards, we design it and we build it, and we don't have to worry about that overlap. But we would certainly look at the cost estimates very closely to make sure we're getting everything that we need to get.
So for context here, this was something that I think Councilmember Gant requested, went to Planning Committee. We had a long discussion about it. Just for kind of my benefit and maybe Brett's, could you let us know any changes that you made since Planning Committee? Because I'm kind of having, there's a lot here. Right. We talked about the 35% thing that doesn't really seem to have been addressed. Or that was one point we kind of went around about for a while, right?
35%. That was like
exemption 6, where like
small...
if it's 36%, they don't have to do anything.
Yeah.
Right. We're worried about that. Do you look at that at all?
No, we did not change the language on the 35%. I know it was brought up at Planning Committee. Yeah. We would prefer to have a figure in there to provide some level of clarity and less ambiguity. Otherwise, you run into a situation where differences of opinion between parties on what's deemed unreasonable. The 35% figure was brought up from looking at other municipalities and seeing what they've used, and I think it was Fuquay-Varina had used that in their UDO. So it's not something that couldn't be changed, but we would prefer a figure over something that's unclear.
Okay. 35% and doesn't need a TIA. Right. So it would only be for small projects.
And just to be clear, this is not necessarily for rezonings, which I'm usually the one always trying to ask for some frontage type thing or sidewalks or whatever. This is for like site plans that have already gone through the rezoning process.
Yeah, anything zoning would be handled by conditions as well. So.
Yeah.
And the intention, I think your intention, Councilmember, was that we were concerned that we weren't requiring off-site or adjacent streets to be improved.
they weren't being improved, I guess.
Yeah. We typically do it through zoning condition, but this is put in the UDO. And there's also a little unclear to me how it accomplishes that. I guess I see in, 7.4, dedication right of way. It talks about dedicating the right of way. And I guess the improvement of that right of way is also then implicitly required by 7.5.1 somehow.
Mm-hmm.
Is that how it works? So if you dedicate the right of way, you have to improve the right of way. Unless an exemption applies, is that right?
Right, and some of these exemptions, like we said, there's some of that language was already in there.
Yeah.
Some things we have been doing informally at a staff level. In years past, there were projects that went through that did not do frontage improvements. We typically always ask for them now, but this was just to more firm it up so it's very clear.
And there were examples that were discussed at the planning committee where the frontage improvements did not happen, and kind of lessons were learned, I think, in some of that. And also, I think this language hopefully codifies some of the criteria and better practices that we might employ in the future.
Yeah, and I think some of the examples that we had, there were reasons beyond this UDO. It was more related to environmental impacts, stream crossings, things of that nature as well, that caused minor gaps.
But to get the right of way, at least to do that part, that's often the most expensive and hardest part, I think, for a lot of these things.
And we also added in to make sure we get easements as well, because typically the right of way is not enough. And then you got to go out there and get construction easements, which is an additional impact. So we've covered that in there as well.
I mean, how do you exempt an environmental impact given the conditions listed in 7.5.1 right now? Like if someone requires a right-of-way dedication and improvement in front of the property, and they go and go look, oh no, there's a stream thing here, it doesn't make sense. Do they have to come back for rezoning now if we codify that, or?
You're talking about just to dedicate the right-of-way?
No, for the improvement, like the condition you said, but like, well.
If they're unable to get an environmental permit from either the Corps or the DEQ, then we would look to be able to provide some sort of an exemption for fee in lieu. That's jurisdictions that are above the town level. So,
okay. And you can do that with this language, because I don't see that in there.
We can certainly add that language. We'll have to look and see if it's already covered elsewhere, but we can certainly add that as an additional item.
Well, one of the examples where a frontage improvement did not occur was an environmental feature, and the way you described it was kind of a miss on our part, that there should have been at least a fee in lieu. So there must be some language in there right now that helps with addressing that.
That's right. I think it was like a mini gap.
Yeah.
And we did not get a fee in lieu for that.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, we could add a number 7 to cover environmental.
I'm suggesting you do it tonight.
Yeah.
If you think it's necessary, feel free to bring it back in the future.
Okay.
Any other questions? All right, thank you so much. All right, let's open up the public hearing for comment. We have one speaker, Don Cozzolino.
Good evening, Town Council, Mayor, Don Cozzolino, 3632 Bosco Road, proudly on Wellwater in Wake County. Woo. The amendments on tonight's agenda, they were really quickly went through. It went over my head. And remember, you can defer, okay, any voting. Particularly was concerning the 7.4 right-of-way dedication, required improvements and developer agreements, which could allow burdens on Wake County property owners outside Apex corporate limits while bypassing adjacent developer parcels. Under North Carolina law, any taking or forced dedication of private property must serve a genuine public use and benefit, not simply accelerate private development or shift burdens unfairly to landowners who have little voice in the process. When you look at the broader context, including the Peak Plan 2055 task force, the intent of those amendments becomes more concerning. The task force was appointed in September 2025, not elected, and its reach extends beyond Apex corporate limits. Yet the New Hill Friendship area has only one representative out of 12 appointed, despite being heavily affected. Our community has already gone on record for many years through prior planning, town council meetings, open house planning events, etc., and written communications to oppose key transportation and development proposals affecting our area. To remind you of our community's long-standing commitment, we submitted the Friendship and New Hill Conservation Overlay District petition and proposal, and that was sent to the planning staff and to town council last year. It reflects our land use priorities and clearly states our opposition to unrepresentative expansions. Part of tonight's UDO amendments address issues already raised in last year's overlay district petition, yet they are being advanced without formal acknowledgement or community's input and with potential impacts on property owners. This statement constitutes formal notice to the town of Apex that the New Hill unincorporated area of Wake County and the Friendship ETJ community formally oppose the portions of the proposed UDO amendments that impact our area. The basis for this opposition, established in last year's overlay district petition, expressly encompasses the amendments under consideration tonight. For the record, under NCGS 160D-406, which guarantees public notice and an opportunity to be heard before local government action, this statement serves as our formal notice of opposition. Thank you.
Thanks for speaking. That closes the public hearing for comment. Back for discussion.
Motion approved?
With removing that 8.3.11?
Removing that, the EV one, yep.
All right, we have a motion.
I'll second.
Second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Oh, sorry, I was about to ask a question.
Oh.
JK.
So, never mind. I'm an aye.
Okay.
All right.
We're good.
Passes unanimously. All right, rezoning case. Ashburn Put. How you doing, Josh?
I'm doing well. How is everyone? Let's see. Unfinished business. I'll get right to the best part, which is an updated affordable housing condition. This condition reads exactly how the last one did, except they've replaced the 5% offer for 10% of the units. If the calculation ends up between 0.01 and 0.49, they'll round down to the whole unit. And if it's between 0.50 and 0.99, they'll round up to the next whole number unit for the fee in lieu for this development. Any questions or concerns that I'm able to address?
Mr. Manager, go ahead.
If you're good with what Josh has presented, I would like to ask Demetria, Assistant Town Manager, to speak on the housing piece and the fee in lieu.
All right, thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council.
Good evening.
You should have in front of you, almost. Town clerk is passing out a handout that provides additional information in support of, to further support housing staff's recommendation. The handout provides a side-by-side comparison overview between on-site affordable housing units and accepting a fee in lieu under the town's affordable housing incentive zoning policy. So while you are reading through the handout, I want to go through, just list out some key details in the table, if that's okay with you. So difference in outcomes with the on-site option, it produces only 7 units within the Ashburn development across several years. With the fee in lieu option, it generates 1.5 million that can enable 8 times more homes townwide when combined with other funding and partnerships. And that's within a year. The fee in lieu approach can deliver a greater impact faster. With advancing equity and access, the fee in lieu option allows affordable homes to be distributed across Apex, expanding access to quality schools, jobs, and parks. This also helps avoid a concentration of affordable units in a single area, okay, aligning with the town's neighborhood diversity goals. Under leveraging partnerships, the fee in lieu investment can be combined with local, state, or nonprofit partnerships like Habitat for Humanity or DHIC, for example. This approach could strengthen public-private partnerships and enables more permanent affordability through long-term models like the Community Land Trust. With the fiscal and administrative advantages, funds can be available within a year after approval and administered under town oversight for alignment with strategic priorities. The on-site option would be managed by a private developer and tied to project build-out over several years. Fee in lieu provides greater flexibility, meeting emerging housing needs and opportunities. With the policy alignment and precedent, both options do meet the 10% affordable housing incentive zoning policy requirement. So in the fee in lieu, if the fee in lieu is approved from the Ashburn PUD, it aligns with the affordable housing objectives by converting one project's requirement into a community-wide opportunity. In this case, it expands affordable housing opportunities more equitably, leveraging town resources and deliver results more quickly. Any questions?
No questions. Thank you for that perspective. What you got?
Can you talk me through a math, please? Like, so the statement about 8 times more units available townwide. So 7 times 8, right? That sounds like a lot of units. How does that work with $1.5 million in funding? How would we leverage that to make that many more units available as affordable housing?
If we are partnering with other nonprofit partners, we can use the possible uses for those funds with a down payment assistance program. We could potentially, if approved by you all, we could use that for individuals who could get down payment assistance to purchase a home within the community, right? We could also use it for land acquisition under the Community Land Trust. We could continue to further use it for gap financing for developers. And we can also use it for infrastructure on Hughes Street. So what that does is allow us to use those funds for a variety of different things to continue expanding affordable housing.
My understanding too is there is potentially another 55 plus affordable housing community that will be coming asking for some gap financing, which this would be perfect to fill that gap. So there's lots of options that it could be used for, and in this instance, I think this is probably a good choice.
And this is also I put a note at the bottom. This is done. This is recommended specifically for this particular rezoning case.
And I appreciate the update on this because I know I had an opportunity to chat with Ms. Newman on this one over the last couple of weeks, and you know, the concern that I had was always, you know, we prefer and we have a preference for units on the ground, and if it looks as though, and you know, very concerned about the idea of applicants coming in here and saying we'll just throw money at the problem instead of giving us the homes, giving us the units, because ultimately the units are what we need. And I appreciate you making Ms. Newman available to answer some very tough questions, because I asked her a lot of questions about, you know, really what can we do? And I see that reflected in this document that you're giving us, which is it gives us some really good options with regard to that Hughes Street project that we're trying to get off the ground. The ability to make an investment into community land trust and even be able to help and assist some of the folks who are looking for just a little bit of assistance for applications, even down to the new 55 and over community that will be online, being able to help provide some gap funding in that sense. So I will just say that I appreciate the opportunity to have Ms. Newman answer a lot of those really tough questions, because the concern I have is I don't want to give the impression that we will just take the money without taking the units. The units should always be the priority, not the money in a case like this. And that's something that I think is a message that we've got to continue to push forward on. So,
and you're looking at this on a case-by-case basis.
Right.
In this case, staff was looking at the program, the affordable housing program is still evolving. And with this case, it gives us an opportunity to expand affordable housing opportunities across the town.
I'll tell you, what I really appreciated was the candor in which Ms. Newman reminded me that we are still well within our affordable housing plan. We're consistent with it because it's the residents or it's the fee in lieu, and the idea that we should be as open to the fee in lieu in the appropriate instance was something that she reminded me about, and I appreciate the chiding. I mentioned this only not for the sense of just openness, but to say that y'all did a great deal of research and you answered the questions, the tough questions, which are, all right, what can we do with the money? And that wasn't an easy ask, so I appreciate that. And if Ms. Newman happens to be listening, because she told me she would be, I appreciate her beating me up for at least a half hour as we went through some very, very tough questions. So thank you.
I just want to add that I was really shocked that we didn't take the money the first time, because we had just talked about the community land trust and how effective that model is, and we could really make significant impact. And I think about many of the points that we made about our first responders and people who really need housing. So yeah, units on the ground is great, but based on this information, we can move quicker, and I would like to get it done. So I appreciate you taking a look at it. This is great.
I would also like to say too, I mean, we, as a town, we have a lot of funding priorities, right? And this allows us to extend our funding priorities in different ways, in different, in different programs. So I appreciate that.
And it may not always be that way when it's presented before council.
Well, and I'll say with all frank and candor, I think a big component of the conversation about why this is before us for a third time is that there was a little bit of uncertainty as to whether or not the applicant felt that they fell under the old rule of the 5% or whether they fell under how things have since progressed with the 10%. And now I fully recognize that them acknowledging and taking that step forward is something that makes a difference. And I'm hoping that others who are similarly situated will take that same line of analysis. So I will say thank you to the applicant in this instance for the coming around to that point of view.
Any other discussion?
I'll make a motion to approve.
Motion?
Okay, second.
Second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. All right. The motion to go into closed session for the 3 items listed.
Motion to go into closed session for 3 personnel matters that are listed.
Second that. All right, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All right, we're moving to closed session.
or